Oh, it actually worked. What's up, Mohammed? Alright. I changed the channel art. I don't know if you noticed it or not, but you can actually see it on the bottom left or bottom right corner. It's kind of odd, but oh well. I changed it because I wanted to have a full view or somewhat. I don't know. It didn't make much sense to put it in the top corner. What's up, Pie Man? It's time for the next section, which is gonna be kind of a, I would say sort of a pain because I have to get rid of the this. Yeah, I changed it a bit. I made it a little bit more detailed. You can't really see the detail in the profile picture though, unfortunately. If you really want to see the detail, look at the banner. If you haven't seen it or not. I need to replace that pickaxe with the banner. I don't know how I did so well with the banner. Weird. What's up, Minute Lad? Yes, I did. And banner. I changed it as well. I changed the slogan. Somebody actually gave me the idea to change it to the specific slogan that it is right now. I think. I can't remember if I accidentally thought about it when I was discussing things, but it's a Mikey player. I'm finally back. I didn't think I was even gonna be streaming today, I'm not gonna lie. The reason why I made it orange is because the entire channel is gonna be based around the color orange. Because the three projects are green, red, and purple. So I don't know, it just didn't really fit in my opinion. I tried green, but because Bedrock Massacre was originally gonna be green because I was using emeralds for the primary resource to do this project, but I decided to just not do that. So I just made it, so I just made the Mentacle logo a little bit more. I don't know, I just didn't really figure out a way to use all three. I guess I could have made like the outline of the earth purple, and then I could have done. Just the thing is, orange is gonna be like the channel itself. I didn't want to have like random. I wanted to have it color coded. I mean, have you noticed that the thumbnails recently have been green for Bedrock Massacre? It's because I fully switched it to or the 75% was green, and I'm gonna keep it green until I get to Nether Massacre. And I may even change the thumbnails for the other um for other ones as well. But yeah, greens. I wanted to make the channel itself stand out, really. I didn't want to have it centered around, I didn't want the channel to have encompass or get in the way of the projects itself. It's like, you could think of each project as like a separate entity on this channel. One project's one entity, and then you have the other two, or Bedrock Massacre is a separate entity, which is green. And then we have, um, red's gonna be Nether Massacre. I don't know. That's kind of hard to pull off actually, to make it actually look good. Because I still want it to make, I still want to make it look pretty good. I don't want to sacrifice it looking good or for it looking bad to have the colors. Because I don't know about a green earth with a purple background like that. Because when I say purple, I really mean like a very vibrant purple. Everything's gonna be vibrant on this channel. Vibrant orange for the channel, vibrant green for the for Nether Massacre, or for Bedrock Massacre, vibrant red for Nether Massacre, and vibrant purple for Void Massacre. Ultimately is a final piece to Nether Massacre, or to, I'm not paying attention. Yeah. Kind of weird, but that's why I'm keeping them separate. It's because it's so hard to blend them. So I'm just keeping them completely separate things. I mean, it makes it easier to look at what my channel is. It definitely does. It's like, oh, hey, purple. Okay, that's Void Massacre. Alright, red. It's Nether Massacre. Alright, orange is just the channel itself, which I may have to switch the thumbnail with some of these. Because some of these thumbnails are orange in Bedrock Massacre, which I think I will change. Did I just put those all back? I think I just did that. Whatever. Yep, I'm putting them back on accident. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to pay attention just a little bit more. Or I started putting them back. I don't know which one I was doing. But yeah, it's gonna get weird. I need to organize the channel a little bit better at some point. I especially want to keep it orange because there's a chance I'll be doing something afterwards anyway, which the richest server in Minecraft, which will be a blue color. If I ever get to if I actually do that project, it's gonna be blue. Blue and like teal. Mainly blue though. Should be off field now. Oh, I know why. It's because I have haste on, or not haste. I'm not used to having haste or speed on this side. I forgot. I need to move the beacons anyway. I need to change the. I don't know why I completely forgot about moving beacons for some reason. I think I'm just so focused on the next section that I'm not even thinking about. Somehow completely forgot about moving beacons. What's up, Jack? Yes, I am back. I need to move these beacons anyway. There has to be a way. Alright, let's see. It's pretty good. What's up, let's see, will this inflict... I need to figure out where to put these beacons. First thing I need to do. What's up, Mir? I don't know if I just said that or not, but, yeah, this needs to be... The slabs were from the farm. They were like the framework for the farm. D51. I think it needs to be 5049. No, it actually makes more sense to do 5051. Dirt. I don't actually know how long the section is gonna take. I could guess around mid-October. Something like that. I don't think I'm gonna be that busy, so... God dang it. Whatever. Of course. Yep, this is why I need to go over here and... So it's 81, 181, 281, 381. That's what I need to do. Yeah. This is the next section. That should work. I'll move it if I have to. Should have probably got some torches. I'm gonna go grab some real fast. I thought about a galaxy background. I just don't think it goes well with the orange. Unless I can figure out a very, very dark purple. I mean, extremely dark purple. It just doesn't go well. A vibrant purple with the orange flare just does not. What's up, Giovanni? Alright, let's see here. I don't think I'll get, I mean, unofficial world record probably, but I don't think I'll actually get like the legitimate world record from this project. Unless somehow somebody figured out one that I could possibly do that isn't somewhat arbitrary or somewhat isn't to, I mean, I know there's super specific world records, but I mean, like, okay, that's a bit overkill, but whatever. Yeah, it's I don't really know. I think the world records are kind of meh when it comes to these projects, especially a project like this. Like, you could say something like, I've technically mined the most blocks in the entire world. Also, I'm gonna show you guys definitive proof of this project being survivable. I may do it in the future as well. It's 100% definitive proof. Basically, make a copy of this world and then turn it into creative. And then I noticed that whenever you turn it into creative, it shows you that little image, the thing. But if you don't save it, if you don't save that creative world, it goes into straight back into survival again. So there's no way you can get away with going into creative and going back into survival. It's literally impossible. I mean, unless you like hack or something like that, but I don't know. I don't know how you would do something like that on a PS4, but yeah, something like that. There's some very specific world records I could probably do. Like, I could say I'm the first person to mine all 3 dimensions in Minecraft. I technically am going to be, because here's the thing, if somebody mines an old world, they can't mine another in the end. And I'll be the first person to technically mine a full world, including the dimensions. That's the only one I could really realistically think about. I could say most diamonds mined in a world, or most, yeah, just mined, not destroyed or have, or I don't know. It's kind of hard to say, but because you could say SickRPG technically, oh god, with their 100,000 diamonds or whatever, technically it's way more, but that wasn't technically mined that I know of. It was more, I think they used, that I know of, I think they used the world eaters. Alright, okay, thank you, game, for literally putting this beacon on top of a giant ravine, or a giant lava pool. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this world is, it's like, this project is just big enough where it kind of makes you go, it's just borderline insane. Probably. It's one of those projects that it's like borderline insane to do, but it's still in the realm of possibility for a certain person to do. It's kind of weird. Like, this project's just so insane to the point where, like, it's laughable if you even think about trying this. Or at least if you tell somebody about it. But at the same time, it's, like, doable enough where it's, like, it's actually possible. Because the thing is, there's one point of like doing a project, but you gotta think there's plenty of people who had the patience to go to the far lands, but nobody went because of that perception of it looking impossible to the public eye. Even though many people actually even did the calculations, it was only 800 hours. But the thing is, most people don't really think too much about like putting that much time into something like that. At least before Kilo went to the Farlands. Actually, three people went to the Farlands at this point. Big, Ekwall, and Kilo. That I know of, those are the three people, unless somebody else did it. It's quite the pain, isn't this? Got him. Oh god, I can't imagine trying to mine the entire world with a pickaxe like this. Seriously, it would drive me insane almost. Actually, I wouldn't say drive me insane. It would just be way more boring. Let me just say that. I know that sounds a bit weird, but just I like the speed of the pickaxe with the insta mining. It just keeps it a bit more entertaining, I guess. I mean, I know entertainment doesn't matter with this project because it really doesn't, because I would not be doing this if I found it or not if I found it entertaining, but if I had to try to find something entertaining, I would not do this project. Like, there's people who think they find this project boring, but it's like at the same time it's like if I found this project boring, I wouldn't be doing it right now. Like, nobody's forcing me to do this project. It's just free will. What's up, King? Hmm. Wait, why are you sad? Somebody's walking to Fig. He's walking to the world border legitimately without using the nether. He's walking it in the overworld. I don't know how far he is. I know he was 6% in at one point. Last time I checked. He's probably way further though. It's been a while. No, I'm talking about somebody else. Did not know that. It's pretty, it's actually kind of... Yeah, I definitely did not know that. But, yeah, Fig, he's walking to the world border legitimately without using nether. Or, I wouldn't say legitimately, you can go legitimately to the nether, from the nether. But, he's doing it in the overworld, so... I haven't had Wendy's in a long time, so I can't really give much of an opinion on it. Wow, again. It happened again. Walking through the world border actually seems like a pretty cool project. Especially since you could do it in the newest version as well, so you're not stuck in the beta 1.7.3. Also, this is extremely unlucky. This doesn't happen where where the beacons are located on top of lava twice. Usually it's like one time, and then the rest are usually not even close to lava. Okay, I'm gonna move this back up here because the chat, I forgot about the chat for some reason. Maybe I should move it to the left side. I don't know. I'll just keep it there for now. I just made it smaller. But I will. What's with the question mark? But yeah, it's let's see where am I at? There we go. I mean, yeah, but they did use bugs. They used the Ender Pearl glitch, where you throw an Ender Pearl into the Nether portal and you travel like hundreds of thousands of blocks at a time. That's pretty cool. I think I even need to do this, but oh well. I'm glad I don't have to deal with the caves with the lava. I can just do it one layer at a time. It's pretty cool. That's what I love about the method I have. It's so easy. So simplistic. Yes, more lava. Oh Jesus. I didn't expect it to cut off like that. Probably should have, but wow, this section's gonna have a lot of lava, isn't it? I think the cool thing about this section, I'm finally getting rid of that entire mountain. The mountain will be gone. Oh god dang it. Well, time to get rid of a lot of obsidian. What's up, Alice? This is kind of bringing me back to the branch mining days when I used to just branch mine a lot. Branch mining was pretty fun, actually. The amount of resources you can collect is absolutely absurd, even in a short period of time. What's up, Messy Bean? What are you streaming? Just out of curiosity. Sick. I was wondering when somebody was gonna... Yeah, definitely stream it, record it as much as possible. I don't know, you can even do updates. You don't even have to do updates. I mean, I think Kilo never did any updates. He literally just went straight to the Fortlands. For example, you could do it like that, or you could do like my type, you could do a playlist, like Sword King does. A few ways to do these big projects, really. So give me a second. Okay. Holy Christ, that scared me. Not expecting that. No videos found. Alright. Okay, that was weird. Up, Lucky Luciano. I don't know, you could just... Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know, you could just... Yeah, I have no idea. Never mind. There's too many things. There's too many possibilities. It's like hurting my brain. Jesse? Must be one of the darkest areas I've ever been in this game. Let's see. Extremely dark. Oh, there you go. Don't know why I'm going this way, since wait a minute. Is this the first mineshaft? What? See, first mineshaft I've ever ran into in this entire world. Literally the only one. I'm pretty sure on that actually. Yes, bad idea. First mineshaft in the entire 3.5 years of this game. Or not game, but world. I don't think I've actually ran into a single mineshaft in this entire world. Until now. Well, that's the edge. Oh, this world, that's weird. Seriously. I have never seen this mineshaft in this entire world. This is the first mineshaft in this world that I've actually come across, and you know how many blocks I've already mined, or how many chunks I've mined in this world, so at least 2,000 chunks. And this is the first mineshaft. I've seen many dungeons. I've seen like probably like 15, if not up to 20 dungeons by this point. I have not seen a single mineshaft though. In this world specifically. I will be getting rid of it, yeah. Eventually. I'll eventually get rid of the rest of the spawner. It's pretty insane though. It took over 30 million blocks before I found my first mineshaft. Pretty ridiculous on its own. It took that long, that much mining just to find one mineshaft in this world. Oh, I found my way back though. Cool. We're gonna have to get rid of the mine, at least a little bit of the mine shaft because the beacon's literally right above it. So, gonna have to get rid of some of it. I know I could just get my diamond axe out and just do some damage, but it's alright. Recently, yeah. It's like 15, 20 minutes ago or something like that. What's up, Raffy? I found the first mine shaft in this entire world after 30 million blocks. It only took that many amount of blocks, but finally found one. I'm pretty sure I have not found a single mine shaft until now in this world. I'm fairly certain on that. Oh yeah, I forgot you're lurking. I'm about to finish the beacons and then I'll be doing the sand and then I'll be doing the sponges and then I'll be placing torches to remove the sand and then I'll be leveling everything to level 64 and then mine everything up. and then start on the next section, and then rinse and repeat. Oh yeah, and place torches for the section was. It's still crazy that I'm going to be using over 61,000 torches by the end of this. It's absolutely insane. Or roughly 61,000, because there are other structures in this world that kind of mess with the torch pattern a little bit, but it's a pretty nice vacation. There was like one day was bad. Fortunately though, we didn't plan this too much later because of the hurricane literally heading straight for that area. Luckily we planned it just before the hurricane hit, or was gonna be a hurricane that was gonna hit the area. It was like one day that it was pretty bad, but for the most part it was alright. We literally missed a hurricane for like by a couple days. Fortunately, it was planned out well. Okay, I got a little bit lucky with this area. I mean, look at this. Yeah, quite lucky with this. Where was that? Where the beacon was spawning, or where the beacon was being placed. Definitely not. It's actually getting kind of sad when the last patch of grass gets destroyed. Like the last bit of like top land. I think most of the last section is gonna be water though, because of how small the section is. If you look at the bottom of the map. All right, there you go. All the beacons are finally placed. I think the only thing I need to do now is that works. Um don't remember if I placed all those switches. Okay, I think I did. Did you see how long it took to actually fly around my entire world on the 75%? It took way longer than I thought it would would have. Seriously, like, it's kind of insane actually how long that took to fly across the entire world. Or fly around the entire world, I guess. I had to use like 30 fireworks, which I'm only using those fireworks for showcases if you're wondering. I'm not using them for actually just usage because I use so many of them that it's kind of insane. I use like half a stack of fireworks just to go around the entire world. Especially when I got to the outer edge and went all the way back to the original base, like way out there. I was surprised at how far 800 blocks actually is. Also, what do you think of the art? The new art? The new channel art, the new channel banner? I should probably make it a little bit darker. I don't really know though. Still isn't very visible. I mean, I know I'm looking at the image on the... So Jonah, I've just been on Legacy. I've been on the same world for 3.5 years. It's gonna be kind of unfortunate, but the next section will be when I destroy the farm. Rip farm 2029 or 2029. 2019 to no, sorry, 2017. I technically created the farm before the section was fully before I started this project that I know of, pretty sure. Or while doing it. It was 2027. From 2027, god dang it, 2017, Jesus Christ, apparently I don't know years. 2017 to 2021. I don't think there's actually that much water in this section. At least it doesn't look like as much as, I mean, you gotta think, most of this is really shallow. Most of this water. Like, look at this. All of this is shadow, I think, or shallow. All of that's shallow. The only part that really isn't shallow is this area right here. Now, the next section's a different story. That's actually quite a bit of water. I mean, it's not deep ocean water, but still, it's still water. Still a good amount of water. Yeah, I forgot about that. I need to get rid of that, just thinking about it. It's gonna be one of the first things I get rid of after the water. That's been there for years. I mean, most of this stuff has been here for years, even if... Anything at this point has been here for like 4 years or 3.5 years, something like that. 3.5, 3 to 3.5 years, something like that. Rip, rip mountain. Because that's the next thing that's gonna... It's the final piece of the mountain. You can tell it, this is actually the desert I got the most sand from, I'm pretty sure. This is a massive desert. I'm gonna get a ton of sand from this section. And the next section. Not as much from the other section. I think that's the I think that's a forest. Next, there's an acacia. I don't really know. It's a forest. It looks like a forest. Or not acacia, grasslands. Oh, it is a grasslands. It's an acacia grasslands, I think. Yeah, it's like a weird mixture of acacia and grasslands. You can tell by the grass color. There's some of it that's grassland colored, and then there's the grass, tall grass, like the color of tall grass of grasslands, and you have acacia. I think this section will mark 80% of the world, and then it's 86 roughly, then 92, then 98, and then the last 2% or something like that. I think that's how it's gonna work in terms of, because each section's roughly 6.25% of the entire world, so. Wow, it's crazy that you can actually finally see the edge of the that over there, that platform thing my friend built a long time ago. Oop, I hope rain doesn't mess up my stream. Go put up all these slabs. There are gonna be, I just thought about how much fish there are gonna be. Fish and squid. Uh, at the end of this. One more screenshot of this, mainly because my friend built it, but can't see anything. Of course I have to do this at nighttime with coal blocks. So Rick, I'm in peaceful. Why is this? Did not know there was a sign here. Yeah, I've been getting pretty good sleep. Okay, that's everything. Structure's actually really small. I didn't realize how small that structure was. I'm gonna have to make an entirely new like structure for the nether. Like I should make like a giant like pyramid with the nether portal. Like leading up to another portal. It'd be like the portal to Nether Massacre. And it has all the chests near it and stuff like that. Or should I just put all the chests inside of the nether? I don't know. I mean, just put it in the nether because I think I'm gonna keep every single nether block. It's gonna be a kind of a pain, but it's at least not as laggy of compared to collecting over 40 million blocks of stone and diorite and stuff like that. What are you doing? Goodbye. What the heck? Okay. I'm gonna take a little break and get something to eat. And then I'll start placing sand. What is this? Oh. Not realize I was there. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Into start place. Yeah, yeah, I did. Because I figured out a few more features in the editor. Or in Photoshop. I'm slowly figuring out different features. Very slowly. Did a little bit, but not that much. Okay. His part really... Oh, Jesus Christ, the lag. What is making me lag? I swear. Seriously. I really want to know what's making me lag. I think I finally also I think I finally cracked the code on how logic it works in our brains. Or I wouldn't say crack the code, but like understand it to an insane depth. It'd be amazing for study techniques. For any like studying or anything of that sort. If you want to learn a subject pretty quickly, as quickly as possible at least, and within your own psyche. If you ever have trouble forgetting things or something like that. Even some things I'm like trying to figure out how to remember certain things. Using just pure logic alone. Like memorizing license plates or something like that, like long strings of numbers quickly. Maybe not long strings of numbers, just facts in general, I guess you could say. First thing you need to do is find a keyword to stick to. That's the first thing you need to do. Second thing you need to do is... First thing you need to do is find a keyword. Maybe not... Okay, when I say remember, I mean like information recall, really. I don't mean like from a memory type of standpoint, more of an information standpoint. I'll eventually figure out how to crack the code on that. I'm not saying it'll be impossible, but it may be impossible with the lack of introverted sensing entirely, but maybe one day I'll figure out how to do it. So first thing is find a keyword to stick to, and then recall the facts, but always point to the keyword. So do not branch off of it. Do not branch off of the keyword. Always associate it with the keyword. So if you have a fact, do not put the fact first and then the keyword within it. always have the keyword as like the starting point. It's always a starting point when you learn something. Third thing is because here's the thing, if you don't have that connection, you can't connect that to whatever the fact is originally, so you're that connection is just completely severed. And then you just dig in your brain trying to figure out what that fact and why what the specific fact about whatever you're trying to look up is just gone. Basically, you have to just keep looking it up over and over again. This is probably the most important one, is say it all in one go. Say whatever you were learning all in one go. This forces you to put in your own words. It absolutely forces you to put in your own words. And you're just building connections, so like, for example, if you learned about moss blocks, I always use this example because I recently did this. Like moss blocks, for example, if you said moss blocks spawn in shipwrecks, okay, that's a fact. That you know. The moss blocks are this, moss blocks are that, moss blocks are this, whatever. It could be anything really. Moss blocks do this, moss blocks have this property of this sort. Say all of those facts you know in one go, and it forces you to remember that specific fact of the block, and you're just building the neural connections over and over and over again. It may be kind of frustrating when you don't entirely. Like how moss blocks have a 42.1% chance to spawn inside of shipwrecks and have a quantity of 1 to 4. Something random like that. So if you say all of the facts of one thing in one go, then you are good. But you could say something like, how do you learn what each of the things are within that thing? Well, then you have to switch your keywords. So like, for example, if you said moss blocks spawn have a 42.1% chance to spawn inside shipwrecks, then if you want to learn more about shipwrecks, then you say, okay, shipwrecks are this, 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 this. If you want to learn about something else, switch to that keyword, and then just keep doing that over and over and over again. You eventually create this mind map inside of your head that you can extract information. Eventually you can go from the very beginning, if you want to do this, go from the very beginning of what you're trying to do, especially if it's a topic that's very in-depth, and you go from the very beginning, you start with whatever it is, and then you go from there, and then you just go down the chain of logic, really. I'm always surprised at how many things I actually know about specific things. I mean, there are some things I force myself to remember, like, for some reason I wanted to memorize the durability for all the armor, which I've always wondered why it took me so hard to remember something. If you always wonder why it's so hard to remember charts of information, it's because you're switching between multiple key points at a time. So for example, if you learned about diamond armor, or not diamond armor, just armor in general. There are several types of armor, and then you have to deal with that, but I went straight to like, okay, so diamond chestplate has a durability 528. But I had to say all the armor durabilities in one go. I noticed that my brain just kept deleting and just forgetting what the rest of the armor was. I could have done it easier and just looked up what all the facts are about diamond armor or leather armor or the specific armor pieces. I could have done it that way, but I decided to just brute force remember it or memorize it, which I do know all of them now. It took like 20 minutes, literally, of just memorizing it, which was painful. I don't recommend trying that immediately, because you're literally filtering what each of the armor durabilities are, which is very painful to do in one go. You may be able to pull off easier, I have no idea. There's probably a better way to do it. But I just went brute force, which is a horrible idea. Yeah, it's a really bad idea. Just find a pattern, really. Find a pattern of, memorizing charts and stuff like that. Or you could say, like, moss blocks, not moss blocks. You could look at a chart of how the breaking speed of a moss block. You could say, like, 0.15, 0.1, 0.05, and then above. You could say that before you start even trying to figure out what moss blocks, how long it takes. You could say, okay, so it goes from descending to ascending order, or it goes from weakest to strongest tools, or slowest to fastest tools. So you could say, like, okay, some fist is faster than nothing, and then you have wooden pickaxe, or wooden hoe, which is faster than a fist, and then you have a stone hoe, which is faster than a wooden hoe, and then iron, diamond, netherite, gold, stuff like that. And then you could start saying, okay, so a wooden hoe takes 0.1 seconds to mine a moss block. Or you could say moss block takes 0.1 seconds to mine with the wooden hoe. I just switched to Jesus Christ, to two different keywords there. I went from wooden hoes, so like wooden hoes take 0.1 seconds to mine moss blocks. That's one key point. You could also say moss blocks, which is the keyword, the new keyword, which is moss blocks takes 0.1 seconds to mine with the wooden hoe. Those are two different key points. I'm just saying the same fact. They like relate to each other. It's just that they're two completely different key points. So you literally just have to go through the key points, or you have to stay on the same key point pretty much over and over again until you have all the facts within whatever the key point you're trying to memorize, and then you can switch into other key facts. Pretty much. So if you had to do a whole long list of something, you can usually break up that list in something, like into a different type of keyword or something like that, because usually most lists are at least somewhat categorized depending on what the list item is. You may not have to either. You could just memorize each item individually, and then maybe eventually you may have, if you can't do that, then you may have to just brute force the list. For example, cramming doesn't do anything. People talk about like cramming last minute. You can cram technically, but you have to do it in a good way. There's a way to do it while you and still retain the information that you're already learning. You just have to figure out what keywords you need to use. It's all about the keywords and associating keywords with other keywords and associating the facts within the keywords and associating the facts with other keywords, and then those keywords go into other facts and those facts go into other keywords. Reason why certain subjects seem way harder than others is because you may have to build a giant spider web inside of your head or a mind map in your head because some subjects are so complex. So many things you need to know, so many keywords you need to associate with other keywords that you can't really skip anything, I guess you could say. I want to see if I can learn history that way. History is one of those subjects seems like it'd be really hard to learn with keywords, but I'll see what I can do. I think it's actually somewhat possible. I just don't know how I'm going to associate facts in history to other facts in history. I guess I can somehow do a chronological approach to it. In some way. It sort of is. I mean, learning is learning really with logic, if you're logical or not. It shouldn't be much different from learning a language. You're doing this. It's the same principle, I guess you could say, with taking keywords and because if you got to think about the fact that each subject out there is kind of its own language in a way, because it has its own keywords, it has its own lingo attached to it. Like for example, IT for information technology in general is kind of its own language, its own domain of subjects that has multiple types that if you talk to a person who doesn't know any IT, they're gonna not know anything. It's like a barrier, really. Sort of like when you're talking to somebody in a language, you don't know what they're saying unless you actually like looked it up. What's up, Dinrin? Exactly, because most people haven't really spent the time to look into it. I mean, you could say the same for learning a language, you could say the same for just programming, you could say the same for almost any subject they don't know. The problem is people just think that, like, they can't learn anything after a certain point, because they're so pretty much ignorant to learning in general. How learning actually works, cognitively speaking, depending on their own psyche. Because people learn differently. This is the sucky thing about the school systems, is that they put everything into one way of learning something, even though there's a better way to learn it anyway, or better ways to learn certain things depending on your type and stuff like that. Depends on your cognition. Because for some reason people assume that everybody learns the same, which is ridiculous. Yeah, it literally looks like German to me. It looks like somebody punched the keyboard, but to you it's pretty normal. Just like IT is pretty normal for me, but it's just people need to stop thinking so statically with what they learn. It's like they think they can't learn it for some reason, even though they have the cognition to learn it. They just have to actually, you know, apply and put in the effort to learn it if they want to learn it. It's like they're interested in it, but it's like, I don't have any effort to put into it to actually learn it for some reason. I'm just gonna make an excuse to not learn it. I've actually been in that situation before. It was horrible. But understanding human cognition well enough, I understand that literally almost anybody can learn just about any subject. It just depends on what the subject is and what strengths you have associated with that subject. So somebody who lacks logic in general is going to struggle horribly with programming. But somebody with amazing logic is going to do good at programming. Like, for example, one of my friends one of my friends, he mentioned about, like, there was like the statistic about like uh what skills are like the hardest to learn, and one of them, 0.5% of it was programming. He said it wasn't that hard to learn, but he needs to realize that he's also TI hero, which he has the highest ability in logic. His type is one of the best at programming, so that bias can really skew with your perception of how good you learn something. Like, for example, I can learn a mechanical skill way better than he can learn it because I have SE, and I can just look at how other people do things, and I can just kind of copy what they do. I don't have to rely on remembering how to do certain things. In my own words, I could just look at what other people are doing. Just as an example. Programming is a super useful skill if you're talking about that. Yeah, basically it's not really mimicking, it's more like absorbing other people's. Mimicking is SI. It's like, okay, this person's doing that, so I'm gonna remember what the other person's doing, versus like just taking the other person's muscle memory almost in a way. Okay, so it's like how this person does this. This is how you do it. It's like it's kind of weird. I don't actually. So like if somebody was fixing something, for example, I watch somebody fix something. I see how they do it externally, what they are doing. I don't have to rely on my own muscle memory to fix it. I'm using theirs. I'm like borrowing their skill in that subject. If that makes sense. Also, if you're doing programming, I would start with web development first and then go into other things, unless you really want to go into more back-end stuff, but I'd probably start with front-end and then go into back-end and then go into whatever you want, honestly. Just as start. But I don't know. It's kind of your decision, really. But it's kind of like mimicking. I would say mimicking is more like, it's like remembering what other people do, but it's like you're still putting it in your own way of doing it. Like remembering. It's hard to explain, actually. It's more like mirroring. I mirror people, just like you mirror people. Like for example, if I want somebody to show me something, I just say, "Hey, can you show me how this works? How are you doing this? How does this thing work? What does this thing do?" It's not what I'm doing, it's what the other person's doing. SI is more like, "Hey, show me what to do." Just not show me what to do. Tell me what to do. So the SI user's like, the SE user to the SI user is like, "Hey, do this, do this, do this, do this." And then the SC user is more like, "Hey, show me." It's like you're seeing what the other person's doing and just using what they're doing as your own, and not you're putting it into your own. If that makes that's so confusing, but I hope that at least made some sense. I mean, just SI users have to put all their memory, all their time into remembering what to do. SE users just have to mirror what another person does. Hope that made at least a little bit of sense. It's super hard to explain. It's so hard to explain, but it's like, have you ever watched somebody play something and then you just see, okay, you try to remember how that person did it? That's SE. Like, have you ever done a skill, like you try to learn a skill, anything mechanical or anything like motor skill based, and then you watch somebody else do it, and then you think, okay, how did this person do this? That's SE. You're not relying on your own memory. Yeah, I'm joining Ocean for now, for the next section. SI is just straight up, okay, what to do? Okay, what are we doing? Or what am I doing? What do I need to do? That's SI. I mean, for example, I learned playing some Smash characters in game just from watching a few tourney matches. I got pretty good with the character just by watching other people, because it's like, okay, so I know what they're doing because they're pressing this button, this button, this button. Yeah, like it's like, okay, so I remember this person doing this, and then kind of mirroring what they do. It's like you're almost doing to exactly what they're doing, like to a pinpoint accuracy of what they're doing. It's completely absorbing the other person's what they're doing, completely absorbing what the other person's doing, I guess. The problem is the lack of attention really does not help in this area. Because the lack of attention means that we can't really follow what other people are doing that well, because we still have to veer our attention to what the person's doing. Problem is our attention's so low that it's kind of hard to get all of that data from what the other person's doing, which is kind of hard to do, but it is possible. It's just not really easy. That's kind of the downside to learning from other people, is that the lack of attention is the harder part of it. When I try to figure out how muscle memory works when it comes to stuff like that, I think it just comes down to taking a piece of information, putting it into what you're doing, and then adding another piece of information, putting into what you're doing, add another piece of information, doing what you're doing over and over and over again. Kind of like logic, where you're stringing things together in your own words. In this case, it's like, oh, I'm doing this in my own way, kind of in a way. It's like, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do it in this way, I need to do it. Hope that makes sense somewhat. It's kind of similar to logic, but it's because it's all internal. The thing about the introverted functions, just internal functions in general, is that they're very next to each other. They don't really make any leaps. They have to string together. That's I've noticed about the introverted functions, that they kind of just string other pieces of data of whatever it collected together. The optimistic introverted functions are sometimes make leaps though, quite a bit, which is a problem. Like, especially TI heroes specifically. Making leaps of logic even though they're actually wrong to begin with, because they don't actually have all the input, but they're just trying to process and they're trying to just deduce and logically try to prove what they're trying to say is right, even though it's completely arbitrary and just doesn't make any relevant, it's like no relevant point to what they're even trying to say in the first place. Sure, yeah, they make a point, they could be right, but does that point actually even do anything with what's actually being in the context of the situation? It's like you're literally just veering the conversation for no reason, because you don't have all the input. You either are too lazy with your SI child, or you're too impulsive with your NI child. Actually, it could be both, honestly. Both of them could do that. And not lacking the focus or attention enough to actually do the research on what's happening. Wonder why you worry so much about what you think about, or what other people think, or the amount of research you've done. Is because you haven't done that much research to begin with. And you think you just know it anyway. You know, the TI hero, I slayed the dragon, I very smart, I figured out this problem, even though that problem, or not problem, I was right, I am right. Even though what you're right about actually has nothing to do with what's actually being in the context of the situation to begin with in the first place. problem with the hero functions in general, but other than that though, that's pretty much how logic works. It's literally just find a keyword, stick to the keyword as much as you can. Always try to come back to the keyword. Any books? Like what kind of books? What are you trying to look into? Programming. Nutrition, any form of like health, wealth book. If you want to know a good source for books that I've seen, and I've seen almost all, I've seen at least these books before. I've never seen them all in one spot before. But C.S. Joseph actually has a really good selection of books of on his CSJ slash, or just look up C.S. Joseph reading and you should find it. And it's literally like a whole thing of health, wealth, relationship books and his sources on psychology. But if you want something more specific like programming, I would say get start with, I don't know, any form of web development. So like eloquent JavaScript probably be a good book if you want to do programming. As a book, if you want a book in programming, you may not really need a book if you're pretty good with using videos. Free Code Camp has good videos on like IT subjects, stuff like that. So if you want to learn good IT, Professor Messer for the IT, A+, if you just want basic IT knowledge. If you want it, basically, if you just want all IT wrapped up, pretty much. Like if you want basic IT wrapped up into one like package, Professor Messer is a good. Which I need to go back and look at all those again because I don't think I remember basically almost nothing. I love using basically no reason, for no reason. But I need to go back and read all of them. Or learn it again because honestly, even though sure I passed the A+ certificate, I just don't think I absorbed as much information that I should have. This is for all subjects. I need to go back and do it for programming. I need to go back and, yeah, since I actually understand how logic works, like fully understand how it works. It totally didn't take months on end just to understand how it works. Since it's really the only function that I still don't really I never really understood. I guess extroverted thinking is the other function I don't really know that well. One book a day? Holy Christ. Okay, yeah, definitely, are you thoroughly reading through that book? I mean, I know you have a lot of time on your hands, but if you want something a little bit less informative, probably C.S. Joseph slash C.S. Joseph reading. That page has a lot of good books that aren't like, they're good informative like philosophical books combined with his psychology and understanding his theory. There's good wealth books if you want to learn about nutrition. There's also some nutrition books. Do you have Kindle? I'm pretty sure you probably have Kindle. You're probably using Kindle because it's very useful if you don't use it. That's really it. That's all of my recommendations. If you want usefulness, I've definitely went down that rabbit hole. I'd probably say his C.S. Joseph reading, which covers health, wealth, and relationships, and then programming for useful skills, get eloquent JavaScript, and then go down from there. and then go out from there. And then I don't know, anything you want after that, honestly. He has enough books, so you could probably read those for like months on end, even with reading a book a day. And then that's really it, honestly. It's just IT, Professor Master videos, if you want to learn IT, which is obviously pretty useful. Um, Eloquent JavaScript if you want to get into programming. There's a CSS and HTML course from Free Code Camp if you want to go into web development, which would be very useful to get into. I don't know what skills you have, but I would definitely say programming is probably one of our best skills. It's not only really useful, but we could also be some of the best at it. Apparently, because, I mean, it makes sense. SE, seeing what all the functions and functions do within a programming and see what everything does. Combined with the super high logic, it gets pretty crazy. And the NI hero with the super high focus. Being able to do things for long periods of time. It's basically our niche in general. Programming is like built. We're basically built for programming, psychologically speaking. So yeah, if there's any skill you'd want to learn is programming. If you want knowledge, health, wealth, and relationships, probably the 3 domains you'd probably learn about. Learn all about the psychology, CSJ's psychology, his system. If you want to understand psyche of other people, combine. So basically, if you combine all of that, you're quite useful. Let me just say that. If you want to learn about networking, if you want to go in depth about networking, go to Free Code Camp and do the networking, network engineering course or whatever. That entire channel is just amazing for IT. In general, but that's really what I have to say. Those are probably some of the most useful skills you could or useful books and skills you're gonna possibly learn in almost in your entire life. I'd say the only other thing that may be more useful is like, I'd say the only more useful skills you could probably learn are trade skills like construction or like electrician or electricity. That wouldn't be a bad thing, actually, learning about electricity, like, or electrical skills, I guess you could say. Any trade skill, really. Because you're covering trade skills, which is one of the most practical skills. You have programming, which is one of the most practical skills. Combine it with health, wealth, and relationships, which will guide you within life. And combine it or guide you externally in life. And then you have, CSJ's psychology, which will guide you internally. So you basically have all the guidance you'll possibly need if you just learn about the psychology combined with all of his books, really. Which that's actually the path I'm pretty much gonna be going down in the next like 5, if not forever, honestly. This is a path you could probably take in eternity, or you could probably be one of the most useful people on Earth if you learn all this stuff. Seriously. I mean, most people don't even, I mean, maybe like one of these domains people put time into, but if you put your time into all of these domains, yeah, you're gonna be quite useful, let me just say that. So you'll have all the direction you possibly need combined with practical knowledge. And like you have external usage, internal usage, and you have internal direction and external direction in just about any domain in your entire life. It's really up to you at that point to figure out how you're going to grow, though. At that point. Just like how I'm going to be doing the same thing with like I'm pretty much going down the exact same route. I'm going to cover all the domains. I mean, I already have a little bit of financial information, I guess you could say, personal finance. There's some subjects I want to learn a little bit more about in terms of finance, like different types of finance, how the economy, different types of economy. I want to learn about finance and economy really after this. Health, I'm gonna learn about wealth, which I have to learn about personal finance, business, stuff like that. Personal finance, wealth. So wealth would cover personal finance mainly, and some business and economics really. I'd say mainly economics and personal finance is what it's mainly going to be consists of. And then health will be nutrition, fitness. Those are the main ones. A little bit of like biology and stuff like that, understanding how the body works a bit more, or physiology, I mean. Mainly physiology, but and then that's really it for that. Relationships, I kind of already almost have that covered in terms of knowledge with the psychology, which will cover most of it. There's probably some relationship books I should probably read. Feminine and masculine dynamics, really need to understand that after some point. And then after that, I think I can go more into business. And then learn whatever, honestly, after that. It doesn't even matter. Learn more about how more metaphysical concepts, like, you know, how the universe works and like the origins. I don't know, it could be anything of that sort after that. Pretty much after you have the knowledge of health, wealth, and relationships, you're pretty much almost golden. Combine it with the internal knowledge of psychology. It's extremely powerful. Like, you're gonna go way beyond. If you learn all this stuff, you're gonna go way beyond most people, what people even attempt to try to do. Which I know it's not about a competition, but I'm just saying in general, like, if you really want that, like, success, because everybody at least wants their own type of success, that's pretty much how you're gonna do it. It at least gives you some knowledge of how to be successful within your own ways. Not this cookie cutter, rational, arbitrary way of success with, like, just money. Or fame or whatever, because those are expedient ways. No matter how you look at it, they are gonna be expedient ways of success. Sure, yeah, having some money is good. I mean, you don't want to. It's better to have way more money than having way less money, or having no money, having a lot of money versus none. But chasing it is the problem. Big problem. Because money in itself doesn't really reciprocate anything, but if you put your investments into like relationships or into the knowledge of wealth and stuff like that, that's way more valuable than actually the wealth itself. And then you could use that wealth that you gain to help other people either become wealthier or healthier or whatever, or be better with relationships in some ways, or improve your relationships with other people and improve just your external self in general. That's not even counting internal. Like, even if the psychology doesn't even really 100% accurate, at least it has some practicality. That's all that really matters at this point. It's practicality, because it is extremely practical. Yeah, like, it's really about finding your own impact in this world. It's not really about the money in itself. I don't care who you are. I don't care how much you like money. It's still the truth within the situation. You're just not gonna find meaning in wealth unless you're using that wealth to help another person, because human beings are literally built for reciprocation to other people and helping other people. Like, by default. Sure, we could turn out selfish. Always, pretty much everybody's pretty much selfish right away. Or too selfless right away. But eventually we'll balance out to become super selfless or more selfless and partially selfish, and or vice versa. Okay, when I mean, what's up, banana? When I mean, like, getting into psychology and stuff like that, I mean, like, self-teaching, really. Finance is a good, like, major, though. Or, like, in terms of, for jobs. Finance is a good one, though. Psychology, not really. It's kind of just a trap. General psychology, like, the colloquial psychology, I guess you can say, within the education system, is just not that good. I'll just keep that there. It doesn't really matter. Finance or IT, I would probably say those are the two on the top of my head. That it's either IT, sorry, three. It'd be literally just finance, IT, or computer science. What's up, Minecrafters? Those are probably the... Oh yeah, and engineering, four, I guess. Probably the main one. Top five. Let's go with top five, because there's actually one other one. Literally just health. It's literally just health field, IT, computer science, business, finance. I don't know. Either one, honestly. It's probably the main, and engineering. You could say it's a top five, type six, whatever. Those are probably the most useful, most valuable degrees, types of degrees you can get. For sure. Psychology is a death trap. Any form of social science is kind of a death trap for your bank account. Any type of studies is kind of a death trap. Anything with passion is kind of a death trap. I'm not gonna lie. Like, anything that people try to be passionate about, people are gonna try to exploit it. So be quite careful of that. Unless it's something that's actually useful or practical for a degree. Or you could just self-teach yourself something like programming. Definitely going to be doing. Most self-taught developers are even better than people who have a college degree anyway, so it doesn't even... I would say self-taught developers are going to be even more valuable than people with degrees at some point anyway. Philosophy is pretty bad. I mean, there are some health, like being a doctor or something like that isn't that great either. I mean, sure, yeah, you get some good money, but you have to go into uh what is it, Forgot what it was called, actually, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's just pre-grad. I think it's what it's called. Pre-grad and then graduate. And then you have more loans, and then I'll have to look at it again. I don't remember. I remember looking up a while back, but there's some. It's like 8 to 10 years. I mean, they are important. Don't get me wrong, but considering how convoluted the area is, let me just say this: if you're really into being a doctor, then go try it. But if you're just kind of just wanting a career just for practical use only, really, doctor is not there. Sure, you could say it's practical in terms of like, yeah, it gives you a lot of money and stuff like that, but it's not practical, and it's the way you have to get it of becoming a doctor, if that makes sense. It just is not worth it for many, many, many people. I would say like 1% of people that want to become a, or not want to become a doctor, but 1% of people who actually like have an interest in that, in becoming a doctor, should probably become a doctor. Like, if you have good interest in actually becoming a doctor, not for the money's sake, then go ahead and do it. But if you don't have any interest in being a doctor, you just want to be a doctor for the money, no. Just no. Just don't do it. It just isn't there. It's just, it's so convoluted. There's so much debt you have to deal with, and especially the grad plus loans, that's what it's called. Stupid amounts of interest. And you don't even get to pay that off until, like, I forgot how many years until you actually... I'll have to look more into it again. It's been a little bit, though. I'll have to look and see what the... It really depends on what you want out of a career, really. Actually, what do you want out of a career? I should have asked that, actually, beforehand. What do you want out of a career? Do you just want practicality? Are you willing to self-teach yourself something instead of going to college? Or do you have, like, the mental capacity to or not mental capacity, the motivation to self-teach yourself something? Do you like certain subjects? Okay, so the... I don't know what the minimum is, but I know the average, this is a pretty, I think it's a pretty old statistic. I actually don't know what the new average is, but that I know of, it's 37K per 37K for a bachelor's. That's the average in the US, 37K for a bachelor's. That could have changed, but I'm pretty sure that's the average in the US. That's even accounting for like community college, I'm pretty sure, as well, which is scary to think about. Not universities, which I would say go to a community college and then transfer over. Yep. Imagine being a doctor, though, going for twice as long at a university, especially at a private university, or a what is it, not private funded, for profit, that's what it's called, for profit. Imagine going to a for-profit university, being a doctor for like 8 to 12 years and getting like 200 to 400,000. So what's up, Robert? 200 to 400,000. I am building columns of sand so I can drain the ocean, or at least part of the ocean for the section that I'm destroying. But imagine gaining like 200 to 400,000 dollars of student loans, and you don't even get to pay that off until like I think 6 months or so, or not, you don't get to pay it off, but you get interest after like 6 months. I think that's for just normal student loans. I think grad plus loans are different. I remember correctly. But yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. This is why the US specifically needs you need to go to. This is why most people shouldn't become something like a doctor, for example, because if you really don't want to become a doctor, or if you just want to go to college for, or if you want to become a doctor for the money, I just would not recommend it, especially when you can go into a arguably even more valuable career and get more money than them, or maybe not more money, but like, because here's the thing, it's like people take money to the absolute extreme when it comes to happiness, because they think that more money equals happiness. But that's way further from the further from the truth, especially since apparently the average apparently there was a study that I think the bare minimum, obviously this is not accounting for, at least this is in the US, this is not accounting for the area that you live in, but this is average. It's like 75K per year. So if you're in something like New York or something like that, you'd have to make like for your own self like 120 or something like that K per year for that happiness threshold, I guess you could say. I mean, obviously that's kind of still arbitrary, but it's at least a good point to make that happiness, at least from a financial standpoint, just isn't there. I mean, it makes sense though. Most people in the US usually by themselves can live on 75K pretty easily. Completely independent on their own, 75K with some decent money to spend. And even invest as well. It's mainly because the US decided to, for some reason in the 90s, I think it was, decided to make it where, I could be wrong about this, I think it was 1994, they decided to make it where US, colleges have more free reign on becoming businesses instead of being controlled by the government. Maybe not completely controlled, but at least regulated. They like took off the regulations for colleges, so colleges now spend a ton of time on marketing and new stuff for the college instead of actually focusing on the education itself. So yeah, literally colleges have become just giant businesses more than actually just education institutions. I think it was the 90s. I'm pretty sure it was the 90s, like low 90s when this happened. I could be quite wrong on this. I did do an essay in high school, a 5-page essay on why college could be a scam for you, or just scam in general, which honestly, depending on how you do it, could be a scam. I would say it's still too efficient. It's still very inefficient. A very inefficient system in general. God dang it. It's still a very inefficient system, especially since it's very cookie cutter for everybody in general. And it's still, there's so many broad subjects and stuff like that. In college that for some reason is mandatory, even though it shouldn't actually be mandatory for some reason, because for some reason they decided to make it where mandatory subjects are just milking cash out of people basically because of these mandatory credits that you need to take, even though they don't actually mean anything, like taking an essay for an engineering student or something like that. or taking a film class as a nursing student. It's like, yeah, that's a thing. But it's mandatory. You have two options. You have a garbage class, and you have an even more garbage class. Which one are you gonna pick? Xanatos Gambit. It's like no matter how many times, no matter, you still get a choice in this situation, but you still lose anyway. Okay, most of it is theoretical. Most you have, this is also another efficiency problem with the colleges, is the fact that a lot of it is theoretical. I'd say engineering is one of the few ones where it's actually not as theoretical, even though some of it is. But yeah, exactly. But I would say I'd say engineering is one of the more practical degrees, even though it's still not saying a lot. It's still not that bad, apparently. That's why it's so good. It's because it's so practical and it's a very highly valuable skill. When you combine the practicality with the valuability of the degree, there's a reason why people always automatically jumping to the fact that engineering's so good. Which I'm not saying people like worship the degree like a god, like any degree, any engineering degree. Honestly, it's funny how colleges also take advantage of that. They know that engineering is so popular, so they decided to combine passion, passion subjects with engineering. Or something that looks useful but actually isn't useful as an engineering subject. The only barrier for engineering is its difficulty, really. My God, that's a long rant. It's a really long rant on college. But yeah, um, it's quite the system, isn't it? This is why I've always considered if college actually is like a scam, regardless of what degree you get, which that's still hard to say. I mean, you could argue that's like, okay, it's not a scam because you get a good paying job with you get a good practical paying job with engineering, but you still have to consider in how long you're actually spending to even get the job in the first place. It's like 4 years. Imagine how much you could learn if you had specialized training, completely specialized without any form of like filler classes with the system. It's not really about the degrees itself, it's about the system itself, if it's actually a scam or not, depending on the price. Especially the US and the UK, Western society, really. It's mainly a Western problem with the inefficient systems, which people could debate me all they want about, like, oh yeah, college actually isn't a scam because I got this good job and stuff like that, but do they actually consider about the system itself and how many useless classes they probably took, or how how inefficient they're actually learning most of these subjects, and how much time they actually have lost through the system itself? For example, like, which, I mean, I don't really blame people for doing this. Like, I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, you shouldn't have went to college, but I'm just saying people really need to understand what they've gone through, or how inefficient the system really is, especially for its price and how much work you had to do to get scholarships and stuff like that. of that sort. Anything of that sort, really. How much time they had to grind learning about useless garbage information in certain scenarios. Not all of it's garbage, obviously, but a decent amount of it could be garbage. Or facts in engineering, even core subjects may even not be that pretty arbitrary, because it's like certain subjects may not even be or certain topics inside of engineering may never ever be talked about again. The theoretical part of it that really can screw over and waste people's time again. Not even accounting for like the 30-40K of debt you're probably gonna accumulate if you don't spend possibly hundreds of hours getting scholarships in certain scenarios, doing new extra things just for the sake of their own what is it called? I guess you could just say for their own agenda, really. But yeah, it's pretty dark. But people don't consider it being that dark because people just follow it. Don't really think too much about it. It's kind of frustrating. I mean, you could say something like, oh yeah, I just want a career, I'm just gonna follow this. Like, what the heck is the point in spending all that money when you could just do something like sales and get better skill, even more valuable skills than you went to college. You not only that, but you can also make more money in the future anyway, but people want that high-paying job immediately after something like college. They want that credit of going through that school, and people do not. There's a saying about, like, I mean, sure, you could say like, oh yeah, jobs really valuable, or value the fact that you persevered through college. Not really. They just care about your skills. It's literally it. This is why programmers, self-taught programmers, generally can get more jobs than people who come to college, because their skills are higher. They actually put in practical effort into it instead of this theoretical information that they just absorb, and learning multiple programming languages instead of specializing in one or two programming languages or niches in general. It's like, you really think people care that much about you just persevering through school? Okay, if people cared that much about persevering through something like school, more people would have jobs. But people don't actually care that much about if you persevere through school. Because everybody else does it. You also have to consider the fact that the job market in general is also that saturated. Well, I mean, actually, you know what, thinking about it again, they don't really care too much. Actually, they don't even really care about skills. It's just about just having that piece of paper. It's actually even worse. I've been streaming for around, I think, 3 hours. I'm pretty sure. Actually, it's even worse. If they actually thinking about it, they kind of focus on skills, but it's mainly just a piece of paper people hold, more than actually the skills. In certain scenarios, it can be skills, but a lot of the times it's actually a piece of paper. People don't even care that much about you persevering through it. I mean, sure, there's some intrinsic motivation, but you can get intrinsic motivation in any other way. In other ways than just finishing something like a piece of paper that you're in debt now for. It's like, there are other ways you can get healthier. You can get healthier in terms of fitness. You can, I don't know, it could be anything, losing weight even. Good intrinsic motivation of going through the numbers. Just as an example, more practical intrinsic motivations that people could actually aspire to go towards instead of just following everybody else and following that general intrinsic motivation of going through an entire college degree or a bachelor's degree in general. Oh, I've been streaming for 3.5 years roughly. Just over 3.5 years. When I started this project mainly. Yeah, it's pretty understandable. I think a lot of people do snippets because of they're usually busy or they're just trying to check in to the stream. That's usually what I hear. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that work call, actually. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. For some reason, my ringer was down as well. Yes, what's up, what did you say, Luke? Okay, I'll call you Luke. Wait, how many have I done? I haven't even really paid attention. I've only done... This is gonna be really easy. I would think, at least. At least it's gonna... I think it's gonna be pretty easy. The good thing about the sand, I don't have to manage much besides my inventory. That's all I have to manage. It's pretty easy. The water is actually not that hard, it just takes a while, which I don't mind, really. Just water. Actually, I'm gonna go get some more water. Okay. I will be... After I join the ocean, I will... So I'll just explain... Actually, I'll just explain the entire process. So pretty much, I move beacons. I place all the sand down in these columns. And then I place sponges down to drain all the water. And then I remove all the sand with torches at the bottom. And then I flatten everything to layer 64, and then I mine everything. The entire process, every single time. What's up, Jam? Yes. Totally not repetitive or anything like that. It sounds weird saying that's repetitive because it's like one process takes like hours on end, each process. But it actually is kind of repetitive. It's just long-term repetitiveness, really, until I finish. Fortunately, I only have like a quarter of the world done, or a quarter of the world left. Which means I only have, god dang it, 4 sections left. 4 and 1/3 sections left. I will be mining the nether. And then I'll mine the end. And then I'll be done with this entire thing. Then after that, I have no idea. Seriously. I was thinking if my channel does really, really well, I'm talking like way better than I could possibly imagine it being. I could do the richest server in Minecraft. I could actually do another project, but that's only if my channel does really good. Like amazing. Like to the point of like almost going full-time level of in doing something else. I may even make a poll. The problem with doing the streams of the time lapse is that time lapses like this would be pretty hard to do, especially since there's no visual representation of the time lapse. I do have a time lapse though of oh god, I can't even imagine. Like I'm gonna make a poll at some point and figure out what everybody wants me to do because I don't really mind to see what other people would mind seeing, like what they would mind really seeing. Let's go with that. Maybe not really what they want to see. I'd say more like what do they would like to see, like what they would wouldn't mind seeing on this channel, because this channel is going to be kind of a blank canvas. I do want to try to continue to do more Minecraft content, but I just don't know what I'll be doing after. Maybe there's a niche that I don't know about that I could make, possibly. It would be kind of cool to do some kind of survival something. Could be an SMP. That would be pretty cool. Make some world art, I don't know. This world is a blank canvas, and this channel is going to be an entire blank canvas. Pretty much once it's all done. Okay, so I'm gonna be possibly doing the richest server in Minecraft. And it was like 1 million diamonds. I think it was 30 double chests. Pretty sure it was 30 double chests of diamond blocks. Hardcore world would be pretty interesting, but I don't know. Oh my god, imagine just creating an anarchy server just for the fact of getting diamonds. Like you no matter what you do, any way possible you have to get diamonds. I mean, you could do it. You don't really need a shulker boxes for this, really. You could do it in diamond because diamond blocks are very compact way of storing things, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal. What's up, cool gamer? I don't know. That sounds pretty interesting though. Do like a mining challenge on an SMP or an anarchy server, or make an anarchy server revolved around mining. Something like that. I don't know. I do want it to sort of revolve around either mining or some form of resource gathering. I would prefer mining, but honestly, it doesn't have to be 100% just mining alone. It could be resource gathering. I mean, yeah, that is kind of true. You kind of do need them, but wait, do you really need them though? It could just be centered around diamonds. I mean, you don't absolutely need the other resources. What would you need, really? I mean, I guess beacons, but I mean, even then, you don't really need beacons. I mean, depends on how you wanna get your diamonds. I mean, 30 double chests isn't that much. I mean, look how many double chests I have in this world, and it's not even that bad. I mean, there's a little bit of lag, but it kind of just, it just kind of diminishes after a while. It's only if you have a bunch of entities that, like, spawn in at once, mostly. I know this is on console, but I don't think it will be that bad. And don't forget how much space you have in a Java world. Because I'm planning on doing it in Java. To give people freedom for redstone and stuff like that. If they wanted to redstone. I don't know. I have to figure that out. I mean, you could do shulker boxes. I just... There's not really a necessity for shulker boxes, really. Especially when you have all the space in the world, honestly. Like, literally all the space in the world. And you possibly will need. Something like that. You can make anything, really. It's all about just collecting as many diamonds as possible. I'm gonna make a diamond house on this one. I'm gonna make a diamond throne and a diamond house. It's gonna have my armor on it. Literally, I'm gonna make a diamond house. It's gonna be so sick. Hopefully I have enough diamonds for it. I'm pretty sure I do. Gonna mention wait, why is the inn not allowed? Or why wouldn't the inn be allowed? A little bit more water as well. That's really weird. So what motivated me, or what inspired? It was, I'd say that main inspiration was the original person who started this project back in. They started it back in 2012. And his name was Sword King 090. Their project was called Operation Bedrock. They had a lot of progress done for the first like 3 or 4 years, and then after that, massive breaks. There was even a 10-month break, which was when I started it back in 2017. Kind of inspired me to do it because he was going pretty slow, so I was like, screw it, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try it myself. Mainly with one of my friends, but unfortunately he couldn't join after around 2 million. He did a bit of work. He mainly did the farm though. And a lot of the resource gathering, really, more than actually the more than mining, really. But I'd say that was the main person that inspired me to do it. I know IBX Toy Cat video kind of inspired me to do it as well, because that was a pretty cool video that he did, and showing off Sword King's world. Other than that, those are probably the main inspirations. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, also another thing is I kind of did like mining. I'd say my desire for mining, like my passion, I guess you could say, for mining in general is one of the main fuel sources for this project. It's the main fuel source. The only thing that it pretty much his project kind of is the thing that sent me over the edge of inspiration to do it. I've always liked mining though. I mean, even back in like 2012 when I first started Minecraft, I would literally make like 10 wooden pickaxes and just, yeah, because, you know, I didn't know much at all. So I just made a bunch of pickaxes and started mining. I don't know why. Something about mining. Creating things with mining, creating mountains, uh, carving mountains into houses using mining, stuff like that. I liked collecting resources, which is actually one of the main reasons why I thought about doing the richest server in Minecraft, because something about collecting literally hundreds of thousands of diamonds sounds absolutely insane, but pretty cool at the same time on a single server. I have not seen the movie. I mean, I did technically mine or dig, I guess you could say, a hole big as myself in real life. Kind of weird. I just kept digging and I dug a hole as big as myself. It took like a couple hours, but it's kind of weird. Unfortunately, ants started invading it, but it was pretty cool when it didn't have ants in it. Kind of a pain to get out of though when you have a hole as big as yourself. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it's just the like impact you can do with mining. Something about it, like that physical impact you have on the world. Like you're not making something else do something for you, you're doing it yourself. Like you're impacting the world itself, which is impacting the community, weirdly enough. It's like the impact of the world is like affecting the impact of the community. Well, I'm pretty sure this channel will at least, or this world will at least somewhat impact this community to some degree. I think it's already somewhat impacted the community just a little bit. That is until I finish, then it's gonna really just go insane, probably. I would think, at least. I mean, you've probably already seen what happens to this community, or how this community responded when I was only 40% of the way done. People went insane. I wasn't even close to being done with it. Can't even imagine what's gonna happen when I'm done with it. It's that physical impact that really happens, really. It's a physical impact on the environment, and that physical environmental impact impacts other things, which physically destroying this world has impacting the community, or will probably impact the community almost at large. Especially when you consider once I finish the nether, and once I finish the nether in the end, I'll be the only person. I'll probably be the only person to mine an entire overworld nether and end in the history of this game. I mean that literally, like, I mean you can mine an old world, but you don't have access to the nether at the end. And this is the smallest world that has the nether in the end that's actually reasonably possible to mine. I mean, you could mine a small world, but let's be honest here, if nobody's gonna mine a classic world, definitely, people are not gonna mine a small world. Mining it in this world. Yeah, something about like the physical impact of this world is very intriguing. I mean, like, I didn't build a, I don't usually build houses. I usually create houses most of the time out of caves. I'm like terraforming. I'm changing, I'm impacting the environment to create something else. I have not played No Man's Sky. How long will it take to mine on a planet? Or mine a planet? That's the real question. As long as it's reasonable that it could be actually something doable, but as long as the project isn't so unreasonable to the point where it's like you literally have to spend like if I had to restart this project, I wouldn't do it. Let me just say that, like, that's how unreasonable this project's like the one attempt thing where it's like you spent this much, so many hours in this project, I would not do this again. Like, this is that one attempt thing. You will never see this again after it's done. Probably. I mean, unless Sword King finishes, which I'm not too sure if he will, but this might be a one-time thing. Nobody will probably ever see this again happen. Maybe. I mean, definitely people probably won't see the nether at the end also being mined out for this, but this... Oh, Jesus. I don't know, I've already spent like 6,000 to 8,000 hours apparently on this project, so... Yeah, that makes sense. There are different sized planets. Somebody check the time of how long I spent on this game. I've spent over at least by this point, 9,000 hours into this game, which is definitely a lot of it is from this project, but I don't actually want to know how much time I spent into this project, but I do at the same time simultaneously. Definitely heard about how big the No Man's Sky is. It's absolutely insane. I also thought about destroying Mount Everest on a server, you know, the one-to-one Earth, Minecraft Earth world or whatever it is. The one-to-one terrain generation. I thought about mining Mount Everest, obviously on a server with other people, but still. Basically destroying the Earth in Minecraft. What it'd be like if somebody tried destroying the entire Earth, kinda. More like the structures, more than actually, You know, I could do something like that actually. Instead of mining, like, just pick structures to mine out. That'd be pretty cool. Flatten them. Hopefully the structures aren't too big. Or drain an entire lake. You know how big how big lakes are? How deep the lakes are? Imagine if you drained an entire lake. What it would look like. It'd be like drought. It'd be like a project drought. Maybe not. Okay, when I say destroy the earth, I don't actually mean like actually destroying the earth. Also, the earth in Minecraft isn't the generation is not, I don't think it's equivalent to the volume of the earth. Or to the actual earth. I have no idea, but it might be. Maybe more like destroy structures, naturally generated structures on the earth. Something like that. Or like mine or drain naturally generated structures on Earth. Or from the Earth, I guess you could say. I mean, what would it look like if you mined an entire chunk out of the Earth? You know how deep the Earth is? Imagine what a chunk looks like just mined out. And you just fell through it. You just fell through the Earth. Kind of realizing I'm almost done with the difficult part of the of place in the sand. Almost. Check the weather real fast. I think it'll be okay. What's up, Yeeler? Yeeler? I don't know. Yeeler? It's Yeeler, I don't know. But, I think techno's pretty cool. I'm not really much of a fan of anybody, really. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really much of a fan of things. So I would probably say no. I mean, it's pretty cool, pretty cool guy, but I have not seen. I think the only time I've actually seen his channel was that potato race he had with what was his name? I didn't really pay too much attention to who the name was, but I forgot what his name was for some reason. All I know is that I remember watching the race, that potato race or whatever it was called, potato war or whatever. It was like where they had to get to 500 million potatoes. Squid Kid, yeah. Oh god, yep. Techno had a race with Squid Kid, that potato war with they had to go to 500 million. That's like the only thing I know, or that I actually remember that much of Techno, but that's really it. What's with the comments? Is it like really, is it really bad, or is it like oh. I'll definitely consider looking into it. I don't know though. I don't know. I just don't follow too deeply in people's videos, but especially now. Oh, that's pretty bad. How much sand I'm actually using. Let's see, let's go with monsoon. Oh. Oh, getting there. I think I only have the difficult part's almost over. And I have like the easiest water section in my entire life. Seriously. I have a slightly more difficult, but still very easy section. I have a yeah, it's actually not that much water. I thought the next section had a lot more water, but it just looks like it has a lot more, but it doesn't really have that much at all. It's actually kind of insane how little water this section contains. Okay, give me a second. And more water. Oh yeah, back. I'm really gonna change this pickaxe, seriously. Like, I don't know how I did this banner so well. With the pickaxes specifically. Do you like the do you like the do you like the new phrase, the mine in Minecraft? Yeah, I need to change that pickaxe though. It looks so nice. I love the pickaxe like on the banner, not on the not on the profile picture. I love the banner one specifically. I was like, you know what? Building a legacy, sure, it's kind of ironic, but I don't like to go for irony and something like that because it's like I'm not actually building. It just, I don't know, it just seemed a bit too generic. I'm trying to be more specialized. Right, see a loop in the way I'm doing things with this channel. Like I may even adjust the Patreon banner and even the memberships. See a loop. Yeah, I think I think I have to make some minor adjustments, even to the website. I'm gonna have to make some minor adjustments once I ever finish that website. I think it's gonna be another thing I need to finish. It's the website, and hopefully no copyright. Copyright doesn't. I'll figure out something for copyright. I may even make a custom pickaxe, similar to the diamond pickaxe, but it's like instead of it squared off like that, it's gonna be similar to the profile picture. I think it's just gonna have a custom pickaxe on it instead. And now mining off camera, yes. I mean, I want to do something similar. Like, I want this original, I want a little bit of an originality boost. It's just that, I don't want to go too cartoony, if that makes sense. I want something a little bit more kind of realistic. Like, I wouldn't really say fiery, I would say very serious. I want this channel to look quite serious. Like, it means business pretty much when it comes to mining or this project in any shape or form. Because if I put the effort into the channel, it will know. If I put effort into like the branding and what it looks like and what it will reflect the channel really for the most part. I mean, you've probably seen it over and over again. You've seen channels with really nice looking banners and how they present themselves. Most of the time, they usually have nice videos or nice content or serious content that really mean what they put them out to be. Which is kind of what I want to reflect from this channel, really. Even if newcomers stop by after all this is done, because I'm expecting a lot of newcomers, if not constant people who already seen the project to come by over and over and over again. Because this entire project is going to be one giant totem into the community that all people can see forever. I mean, you gotta think Kilo still is having people stop by that have already seen it for like over a year now. Since he first walked to the Farlands. This is gonna be something, hopefully this is something similar that's gonna happen. I mean, I think he has 42 point, what is it, 3K? He's still getting like hundreds of subscribers every week. I'm pretty sure. Like he's already at 42.3 and he already gained 1,000 views on this video. On his newest video since a couple days ago. I don't know what his average is. Actually, there is a way to average it. Could you do the, what is it called? The, I think you would be kind of curious about this as well. What is that thing called where you can look up people's sub count live? It's, what is that called? Something Blade. Social Blade. There it is. Could you look up kilos? See what it says? Like what his trends are gonna be? See how many subs he gains? I think it's actually pretty accurate. It should be somewhat accurate, maybe. Hopefully it's somewhat accurate. To how many subs he'll be getting. Over periods of time. As long as the data is accurate, then it's okay. Or at least reasonably accurate. I don't want that insane blow up to skew with his results. Okay, that's actually pretty reasonable. So what's the projection? I didn't even realize you were. Dude, that's insane. For not doing anything? I mean, yeah, that's gonna flatline after a while, but that's still insane. Or will it flatline? It's one of those things where it's like it always constantly increases. So Jacob, this is a solo project. Yeah. I mean, it was at one point actually a community, sort of a community project, but that was like for a very, when I say like a day, me and my friend Matt tried it for like a little bit. It just, nah. It's like, no, we just rather do it by ourselves. And then he couldn't join after a while, so I just took it by myself. I could have just easily soloed this project from the beginning, but I tried to do it with my partner, and he couldn't join after a while, so it's quite unfortunate. He did a little bit of mining. I did like 99.9% of the mining though. We actually did let some other people join at one point. I don't really mention this often, but actually I don't think I think I've only mentioned this once or twice, but I have let some people on at one point, but that just kind of didn't work. You just say that. They just got kicked immediately, or not immediately, but almost immediately, because they weren't doing anything, and it just didn't work. So like, screw it, I'm just gonna do it by myself. This project is very doable for myself to do this by myself, so I decided to just take it up. Now eventually I will be doing some server projects once I, maybe if this channel does well enough, and do a server project, either a server project or like a SMP or something of that sort. Some community project or survival world or anything of that sort, really. That's only if the channel does really well though, and continues to do pretty well and people stop by and subscribe and stuff like that. I wonder how many viewers Kilo would have uh if he streamed right now or anytime recently. I've always been I've always been curious about. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, I'm back. It took a little bit longer than I thought I would. Okay. Yes, Walter. Okay. Okay, yeah, that took way longer than I thought. I didn't expect to eat or anything. I don't know. I should have literally nothing to do until... Yeah, I just should have basically nothing to do for the rest of the day. So, yep, this is gonna be incredibly easy on this side. Look at this, 1 block layers of water. Kind of just thought about the fact that all the types are gatekeepers of certain cognition. Kind of weird. Something weird, like the fact that I'm like basically a gatekeeper of attention. So unaware of my own attention, giving my own attention to other people, that I'll just gatekeep other people's attention to mine. Or to, yeah, to me. It's kind of weird. Or that like certain types gatekeep their own voice versus other people's. Gatekeeping means like so I don't know what the like true definition of gatekeeping is. Like I'm probably gonna look it up just to get more accuracy. But I'm pretty sure gatekeeping in this sense would mean that like it's like you're holding on to something that other people can't have. Like for example, if you held a piece of information that other people don't have or can't be accessed in some scenario. Like for example, if you held a piece of a secret about something, and you told every single person out there to not tell anybody, you're gatekeeping. You're just like protecting it basically. You're protecting that, you're gatekeeping the information. Nobody can really get to it, I guess you could say. I guess you're technically gatekeeping your own, in this case. So like, in my case, if I'm so depraved of attention of other people, I'm gonna gatekeep my own attention until I get my own. It's actually the opposite. I'm thinking of, it's the reverse. I'm technically gatekeeping my own attention. Or you could even say you're gatekeeping away other people's thinking in certain scenarios, some types. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna listen to, you're gonna listen to me. I guess it's just introvert. I don't know, but trying to think of a better way to explain it. But it's like you better give me a voice, so you can you better give me a voice so you can, so you yourself can have a voice. Or you better give me attention so I can give you attention. Like, the only way I can give, you're gatekeeping your own attention, or you're gatekeeping the other person's voice for your own agenda, I guess you could say, if that makes sense. That's probably the best way I can explain it. It's like, okay, so I'm so unaware of my own attention, or I'm so depraved of my own, of other people's attention on me, that I'm gonna gatekeep my own attention until I get attention from other people, if that makes sense. Or with the people not really listening that much, it's like, I'm going to gatekeep your voice until I get a voice. Yeah, something like that, pretty much. I don't think gatekeep is the best way to explain it, but there's probably there's probably a better word to explain it, but you're basically becoming like snob. I think it's just a snob. You're just becoming an attention snob, pretty much. Or a voice snob, basically. You're being selfish, pretty much, to I think selfish is probably the best way to explain it. Is that you're being selfish towards other people's attention because you're not actually giving, you yourself aren't giving other people attention. You're just expecting other people to give you attention. Or you're expecting other people to listen to you before they listen to, or they expect them to listen to you instead of you listening to them first. Which you're pretty much just covert contracting everybody in that way. Everybody does it technically. Until they realize they need to actually, you know, not be a little snob towards their own attention, or towards other people's attentions, other people's thoughts, other people's desires even. And they need to realize when they should give their own attention instead of just expecting everybody else to give them attention, or listening to, when they need to know when to listen to other people instead of acting like they're trying to listen just to get their own voice out. Yeah, covert contracting is really bad because it's like, you're expecting somebody to do something after you, so it's like, so I'm gonna do this, so I expect you to do this, pretty much. Actually, I think it's a reverse covert contract. Actually, is it really wait, so if you're doing that, it's not really, actually, it's not really a covert contract. Actually, yeah, it is kind of a covert contract, because it's like, okay, so I'm gonna give you my voice and I expect you to listen. Or it is, never mind, it is a covert contract, because it's like, I'm gonna give you my voice and I expect you to listen. or I'm gonna give you you give me your attention, or and I expect you to be loyal to me. You're automatically assuming you're pretty much trying to do something for somebody and expecting them to reciprocate back. You're expecting a reciprocation from another person, really. FE users do this all the time. Actually, I'd say FE heroes specifically, especially SFJs. They do all this support and then expect a thank you. Like, automatically just expect it. Because it's like, yeah, automatically, it's like, seriously, don't expect anybody to thank you. Just do it for the sake of doing it. But no, that TE demon, that reflection of... Yeah, pretty much. It's like a... what is it called? It's like doing a solid. I don't know if you've heard of that phrase before, but doing a solid is like, okay, so if you do this, can you do me a solid later? It's kind of like that, but it's like, skip the solid part entirely. It's like, I'm gonna do this, I expect you to do this later. I expect a solid later, pretty much. Even though I didn't even say anything about any form of contract. It's like this weird it's like this... so doing me a solid is like, okay, so if I do this, this is an overt contract. This is actually a good way to do it. It's kind of unfortunate, but doing a solid is basically just like, okay, so if I do this, will you do me a solid? That's an overt contract. Because you're not expecting somebody to do something. You're telling them up front, hey, can you do this something later for me? If I do this for you. But a covert contract would be like, I'm expecting you to do this later on because I'm helping you, because it's so stupid and very manipulative. Covert contracting is pretty much like emotional manipulation. That people don't even realize they do it, even though that some of the most caring people in the entire world do it anyway. And they think they're good people for doing it for some reason, or they don't really think about them. They wonder why they worry about how they wonder why they worry about being good people when they make covert contracts constantly and expect people to support them, and then expecting a thank you for something. And then they get sad, and then they get cry over it because, you know, more emotional manipulation instead of just accepting the truth. Wonder why they worry about how they wonder why they worry about how good they are when they pull stuff like that out of nowhere. Oh yes, covert contracting is really bad. People don't even realize it happens most of the time. I mean, even I've in the past done a covert contract of helping somebody and expecting a thank you, because it's really easy to do. It's not a very meaningful thing to do, is covert contracting. I mean, it shouldn't be. I've done it in the past. It's pretty bad. I do it very subtly, but it is... Covert contracting is quite subtle. Where it's like I do something and I say, like, you're welcome. That's kind of a covert contract. If you say, okay, I'm just saying, if you help somebody and you say you're welcome, that's pretty much a covert contract, because you're almost finishing their thank you sentence. It's like you're expecting them to say thank you and you're finishing their conversation. I have tried that. What's up, Wraith? What's up, Flipski? What's up, Nodak? Oh, it's alright. Thank God we have translators as well. So if you need a... I know translations aren't that good in terms of readability, but I mean, I could at least try. I mean, it's mainly just because we're ethical and we expect, like, we enforce our morality on other people. So, pretty sure every person of our own type has done this at least once because of that enforcement. I don't even know why I'm doing this section over here. I don't even need this. I could just place a bunch of sponges down. It's alright. I am placing sand down to sponge the area, this section. To mine an entire classic world. This is one of the sections. I just hit 75% recently. Yeah, it's a good way to explain it. Oh, you can translate it. You could be like a translator, Rafi. You can just translate the words. It would also help me learn it as well. I do it at work as well. I try to if somebody translate the words, somebody tries to translate from a different language, I try to translate it back and see what words I can pick up along the way. It doesn't work that well, at least at work, but I mean, on stream it should be way easier because I can actually see all the words. You could. You want to. I have 90 something sponges. And the reason I have so many is because for some reason during the time lapse, the game somehow had my sponges in 2 locations for some reason when I was trying to reload the game with 2 players. I don't know why. The game would not save, like the save button right here just didn't work. I had to exit, actually no, the exit without save for some reason didn't work, but the save button worked for some reason. And when I tried to go back into it, somehow it had both of my sponges in 2 different locations. I don't know for sure why, but I originally had 48 sponges and then it doubled it, so, and then I've lost a few as well. Kind of weird. It's like the most unnecessary glitch ever. Dune looks very similar to Dune. I don't know how to say the U with the umlets. That is kind of cursed, actually. Is there like a sound equivalent to the umlets? Or umlets? I have a better idea. Let's see here. That's a good way to do it. I'll just highlight this and I'll just translate it and see what it pulls up. Uh, so EN is S, or is EN plural? I'm guessing EN's like plural for words in German. Okay. Okay, I'm not too sure if this is gonna work. There's a lot of what is it called? Rules that I'm missing here. It's the I looked up dem. I think it's how you say that. I'm not actually too sure. But it says to the, and there's no to the in the English translation. Yeah, DEM. It's like right next to dinin. Do you say that? Dining? Dining? I don't know how to say it, but whatever. I'm gonna try to pronounce these. I really don't think I'm gonna. Is there something I'm missing here with the translations, or is there like some kind of rule that I'm missing with how the structure of the sentences are laid out, or? I may go to Minecraft Facts again, or I may go back to Minecraft Facts. God, here we go. Sedative. Or dative. What is that? I knew there were some grammar rules I'm missing here. So das is to and is the der is in. There's in. Is in. And means the two means das in. Das is und. Oh wait, no, das is this is two under Z, and there's in. Oh god, should not have yawned in that. It's a bad idea. Oh well. What's a grammatical case? I'm gonna ask probably some really stupid questions, but oh well. Even if there's something that I may already know, but I mean, that's alright. Even if they're very obvious in certain scenarios. grammatical cases are just used to group parts of grammar, pretty much. Let me look back real fast at this. Okay, so in your sentence example, what does dem mean? It would actually help a lot to know that. What does dem mean so I can figure out? It'd be actually a great example. Like, what does it translate to in your case? It would help to know the words around it. So dem is a form of the. It says dunes are used for coastal protection, but there's something I'm missing here with the translation. Because I looked up what... Oh, never mind, I found it. It's to be of use. So, dinin, I think so you say that, I'm not too sure, is to use something that's being used. Yeah, that word. It says to serve. It's to serve or use, really. Or at least what I looked up. It's saying the dunes are used. Which makes sense based off of the translation. So would... So would the sentence be... Wouldn't dem mean for? In this case? Because I know this is kind of being a little bit, because it doesn't make much sense with the translation. Unless I'm missing... Yeah, that means coastal protection. Oh god, this one word means coastal protection. Why'd you say it meant the then? Kustenschutz? I don't know how to say that, but Kustenschutz means coastal protection. Oh, it also means the. Okay. Because you said on your translation, you said dem Kostenschutz is means the coastal protection, but on this case it would mean for coastal protection because Dynan means, I'm still not too sure how to say that, means used, so it would be Dune Dynan Dem Kutschen, wait no, was it Kostenschutz? Coastal dunes are used for, or no, dunes are used for coastal protection. Something like that. Kulston? I don't know how to say the U. It's the umlauts that are getting me. I don't think I'm even saying the Okay, let's keep going on the sentence. We'll slowly learn this. Very, very slowly if I have to. Is it bit or bitty or bitte? Is it bitte bit? How do you say that? Bitte? B-I-T-T-E? Okay, never mind then. I don't know how to say I in German. Is it same as English? Or is it like... Keistenschutz? So you said that? Keistenschutz? Is it I? Is it like a Y is an I, or is it Y is like an E? Keistenschutz? Or is it like Keistenschutz? Or is it like... Is it like key? Or is it like a sky? Like the Y in sky? Or is it like the Y in key? Is it Y in sky, or is it like... God, I need some kind of like equivalency. Like, is there any form of sound you can make and translate it somehow to English? I forgot what that was. I would have to have it explained just to understand. I completely forgot what that was. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a while since I've done anything of like actually studying English or grammar. I mean, to be fair, how many people actually study grammar or actually know that much about... I mean, if you are studying a different language, then you would kind of have to know grammar structure and stuff like that. Okay. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Is it that lettering in like a dictionary and stuff like that? I know it. I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, you would have to show me. How would you do the U, the umlaut, the U? Just do it in phonetic, or I don't know how to actually say it. Phonetic? 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 Don't know how to pronounce it. And I think I can piece it together. Or at least show a word that has it in it. Like Dune. Do Dune. Sounds weird when I say that, but because it's so similar to it, at least in terms of spelling, and at least it'll be easier to follow if you have figure out a way to translate it or translate the pronunciation of it. Because apparently those umlauts are very common in with it comes to pronunciations. Is it Denny? Tiny? No, it's Dine, isn't it? Dine or Din? Is it Din or Dine? Would it be Keistenschutz? Keistenschutz? Would be, I don't know. I don't know, is it an E or an I sound? Because there's only a few words, there's only a few ways to say an Y, to say a Y, in, or pronounce a Y, I mean. There's only so many pronunciations. A Y can actually give, or have. That U, okay, that umlaut, the U umlaut, it should only have a Y or an I or an E sound. Key, sky. Yeah, an I or an E sound. I think that's it. If it's a Y, then it has to have an I or E sound. Unless it's like an eh sound, like a almost like a like Kestenschutz. Kisten? Keisten? Keisten? There's only so many ways you can say that with the U or with a Y pronunciation. Yeah, you can copy pasta. Dang, I'm almost already done placing on the sand. What? I'm so confused. E. What? How do you even... E? What? E? E? Is that how you say eh? Is it like ew? Almost like ew? E? I don't know. That's so weird. Eh? Like eh? I don't understand what you mean by... How do you say EE and press your lips almost entirely shut? What do they mean by entirely shut? What does almost and completely shut even mean? Like partially open? Like this? Ooh. I don't know. That's so weird. Like that? E? Where's it at? That word? I'm trying to remember what I said. I'm trying to... Wait a minute. Oh, I looked up the pronunciation. It's actually very similar. Like that? Eh? Wait, how do you say Colston Schultz? Colston Schultz? Colston Schultz? What's that? Oh. Eh. I don't know. Colston Schultz? Eh? I don't know. Let's I don't know how to put it into like... Wait, how do you say dunes? Like dune? Dune? I don't know, that sounds so odd. It's like I even looked the pronunciation, it sounds somewhat similar to that at least. Eh. It's like This is so weird. Oh Jesus. Oh God. Eh? It's like eh, or is it like I don't know. It's so easy to just like accidentally twist the pronunciation of something. Especially if something like this. E. No, it is not. Especially with these pronunciations. I swear, it's rarely these pronunciations. Jesus Christ, like... They're kind of fun to say, I'm not gonna lie. It's very, like, not delicate, but it's, like, very... pristine. It kind of sounds pristine, like the pronunciations, versus English. It's very flat. E. Is it E? So you said that E. E. E? Is it like that? I don't know. I can't tell. Like, I don't know what it means by almost close. Does it mean like you actually have to close your mouth slightly and make the noise, or does it mean like you have to be? Do they just have to be so close together that? The Kirsten, Kirsten, Kirsten? I don't know. Worse. Wait, I'm kind of confused. Are they the same word? Yes, it is. Apparently from this. That's what it looks like. Was it? Let's see. This is another way to say it. It's like cut. Dang it. Cat. Is it Kasten Schultz? Did you say that? Because it sounds like I'm blowing into an instrument or something like that. Or at least that's what it sounds like in my own head, because I have headphones on, so... they sound a little bit more lower pitch than I think it is. Especially when I'm trying to... Was that closer? I'm gonna just do one pronunciation, because I don't remember my pronunciations if I say multiple. Keston? God, that's so weird. It's so hard, it's so awkward to pronounce. Because it's so different from the other parts of the word. Keston? Kirsten? Kirsten? I'm just having an accent. I just have like a southern accent when I do that. Kirsten? Yeah, it's like a whistle. It's like Kirsten? Kirsten Schultz? What's up, Ethan? Yeah, I'll probably look up some videos at some point, maybe. I'll deal with that later. Yeah, honestly, one word. It's actually not even multiple words. It's one word. That's quite unfortunate. Yes, water. Actually, I'm gonna go give you some. I gave up on Dune. So I'm just doing one word. Actually, you know what? Dune may be better to actually try to pronounce. Because it's a little bit more difficult. Dune? I don't know. Dune? Oh god. This is gonna be a while, isn't it? Tune? Tune? Yes, I am. But I will never die. Because, thank God for respiration and peaceful mode. Dune? Not E, it's like U, no, it's like Dune? Or is it like Tune? I don't know. Wait, how do you say E in German? Is there something I'm missing with it? Because I know in English it's just Dune. Dune? How do you say the E at the end? The torture language. It'd be good to know what the E, because I know it's quite a few words. A lot of the words you use do have E's at the end. I don't know if they're silent or not. I don't even know what determines if a word is silent or not. And about. So it's Duna. Dune? Wait, no, Duna. It's about Duna. Duna? Is it? Is it? Oh Jesus. Dina? 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 Or Dina? Is it Ina? Is it just an extended E? Just Dina? Dina? I don't know. I'm saying the same thing over and over again. I'm pretty sure I'm saying it the same way. I'm trying to separate them, but it's kind of hard when you're trying to very subtly make a different pronunciation of something. So that other road would be Kestenschultz. Kestenschultz? Alright, wait, how do you Kestenschultz? I don't know. I still don't know how to do the U. I'm not gonna lie. I still don't know how to do it. I don't even know what the E even sounds like anyway, I'm not gonna lie. Is it just like an extended E, or is it like something I'm missing with the pronunciation? I don't... I was mentioning that the pronunciation of it, the dialect that I'm trying to speak in it, is kind of weird. Is it just an extended E, or is it something else? Actually, I can look that up. Let's see. It's a 2-minute video. It's you. That's what it's you. Mm. It's like E, and then O. It's ew. It's like, yeah, it's like ew. Ew. That sounds so weird. Saying it slowly. Ew. 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 Okay, now that makes more sense. You're supposed to shut your lips after, so it's like ew. Hmm. This is double E. Ew. Ew. E. Ew. 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 Is it ew? Or is it ew? Ew. 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 That is so weird, but that's literally how that. It's literally E to O. Or at least it sounds like it's like ew. Ew? I don't know. Ew? Yeah, it has to be eh. So it's ew. Yeah, it's like eh. Oh no, sorry, it's ew. Ew. Ew? Is it ew? Ew? Or is it oh? Like ew. Ew? No, it's e. I keep saying eh. It's e. It's ew. Ew? Like saying e, but you're going into an o. Ew. 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 That's all I'm getting is ew. 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 I don't know. Ew. Because it's ooh. Ooh. So, ew. 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 That's all I'm getting out of all of this is E-E-O-O. And then you're putting it together. So it's like ew. 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 The ew? Ew. I don't know. That's literally all I'm getting is you or you. Let's see. I'll look back at this video real fast. Yes, I did. So it's like you, you, you. Okay, so it said that the ook sound comes after you close your lips. So it's like ew. I'm not using any. I'm not translating. I'm not transferring it to an oo. I'm making my lips basically close, and it's turning into an oo. So it's like you, you. You, wait, you. Yeah, that's all I'm getting. You. Because if you say e and then you just close your lips, like you. You. That's the you. 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 Like that. You. Is that fast enough? I can't go much faster than that without cutting off any. You. 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 I can't do that much faster. You. You. Is that like that? You. 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 It's like a car passing by. Ew. 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 Yeah, I don't know. Ew. 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 Like, do I have to pronounce the E more? Ew. Am I not pronouncing the E, like the EE fast enough? Or am I, or enough? Ew. Ew. Is it ew? Ew. Or is it ew? Ew. Ew. Am I not pronouncing the oo long enough or something like that? Ew. Ew. Do I have to mash E and O together? Ew. Was it ooh? It's like ew. 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 God dang it. Okay, so it's like ew. Ew. No, it's ew. 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 Is the last one somewhat close? Can't really tell. Ew. 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 Is it ew? Now, is that one somewhat close? I don't know. Ew. Ew. No, it's ew. Ew. Is it? Am I not doing like the ooh sound long enough? Say ew. Or is there something I'm missing here with like the E, like like mashing both of them together? Ew. It's ew. 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 I am kind of saying ew, aren't I? Ew. 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 That's all I'm doing. I'm literally just saying E and closing my lips. Ew. Doing nothing else. Ew. 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 Literally all I'm doing at this point. Ew. I'm literally just mashing E and O. Ew. E and O. It's like, ew. I can't mash them any further together. If I mash them any further, I'm literally sacrificing the E. Ew. I can barely even hear the E come out. Ew. 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 Like that? Ew. Ew. Oh, I know what I was doing wrong. It's because I wasn't like squeezing my lips together. I was just trying to close them. Ew. That ooh sound is weird. It's not even an OO sound. It's like a OU sound. Ooh. So that word would be Kosten, was it? Kostenschultz? Kostenschultz? That's more like an accent more than actually a letter, I'll tell you that much. Sounds like I'm changing my accent almost entirely. Kostenschultz? God dang it. Kostenschultz? That sounds British, but I mean, I don't know. Ooh. Ew. Ew. Coasting shots. Coasting shots. I don't know. I'd have to figure out how to say the other ones, the other umlauts. You. You. Yeah, you. 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 I don't know, it sounds so weird because I feel like I'm changing accents with that letter alone. Many. Meh. Like Many. Okay, what are the other ones? What are the other umlauts? Is it an O? Pretty sure it's an O, right? It's O-U-A. Are there only 3? I don't remember which ones there were. Or was it an E? Was there an E one? Or is it all for is it for all the vowels? Okay, thank God. Is it AOU? I knew it. So I already know what's the O? How do you say the O? Hopefully it's not as complicated as the U. Or word. So it's like a word. Is there another word you could use? Is it? Or is that really OR? Is it like an OR sound? Then how do you say O? Because word or word is only one syllable. Word. Unless you count. Word. Word. Yeah, it's only one. Yeah, it's literally just one syllable. Oh Jesus! Almost, I thought my chair was gonna break. Is there a better word instead of using the word to represent the O omelet? Bird. Bird is the same way. All you hear is the R. Yeah, I think almost all the waters, or all the sand is placed, almost. Getting really close. What? Where? Is it where? R? I have no clue. There's only one part of the sound you can make. Word? R? Wa? Ward? Ward? Word? What? Is there any other way you can... R? R is the only thing I can think of. Word. There's literally only like a second of... This is not even like a quarter of a second to say that word in terms of pronunciations. War, is it or? Uh, oh, All. It's almost like all, but it's all. Or, all, all is the only thing I can think of. Or, all, or, or, all is the only thing that is in or. Other than the R. Unless it's another way to say the ol. Ol. I have no idea. What else? How else you could split the word or? Or, ol, ol, or. Literally the only way I can think of is splitting. R. I mean, what other this? Okay, there has to be something else in this pronunciation that I'm missing here because you word you yeah you is that how you said you the O you O is it O or U O O O you O it has to be with an O, so be O O O O O say that O O. It says, okay, it says close your lip. It says make an E sound and then close to make an O sound. Or make an O with your mouth. So it's like, ew. Ew. I know it's closer to the... I don't know what the difference is in terms of pronunciation. What's the difference between the U and the O in terms of pronunciation? Because it seems like they're very similar. Ew. L? Is it L? L? Ew? It's not like an ooh, but it's an O. It's just an ew. Ew. I don't really know. L? L? Is it L? 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 I keep saying it. I keep separating them. It's like one. It's one sound. It's like ew. Yo. This is as close as I can get. Not too sure how else to say that. All I can think of is like the, because there's this E, and then it closes to a O. You close your mouth to an O sound, so it's ew. 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 Closest I can get. It's ew. Unlike the U, it's U. Ew. With the E, like cheese. E. Ew. Oh, oh. Yeah, but the E, when I'm saying E is closer to the U, because it's ew. But the O is eh, because it's there, because it uses the E sound. Not a double E, but a single E, so it's eh. So it's ew, 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 ew. Was it? Is it ew? I don't know. How the heck do you pronounce the O then if it's not an E? A single E. Like eh, like there. It's a really weird river. I didn't even know I had a river in this world, I'm not gonna lie. At least not like this river. I don't think I've actually ran into a river. Not this big at least. I could be wrong, for sure. But I think most of it has been like lakes and, or not lakes, but like big bodies of water. Oe? Is it Oe? Oh? I don't know. Does it start with O, like O-E? Is that how you pronounce it? It's like an O-E. Like word O. O. Or I don't what? Okay, how else can you pronounce word? Seriously. I don't understand. There isn't that much you can go off of using the word word. It just doesn't make any sense. What type of pronunciation can you say? How else can you say word? Unless they're talking about German word, like the word in German. Earn? Because there's no, like, resemblance of an O pronunciation. Or even close to it. I know the U isn't really, the U umlaut is kind of at least close to a U sound. Sort of. Like, what part of the O, like, is extracted from the word word? or bird or... Like, what else can, how else can you, how do you take wad? I don't know, like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you can't say bird. Bird is only one syllable, and you can't really break up the word word or bird. Can't really break up the word bird. Is the only part. Bird. Bird. That's it. Even if you say it slowly as possible, bird. You still can't get any form of resemblance of anything besides an R sound. How else can you, what other syllables or can you, or pronunciation can you actually extract from the word bird? Alright, time to look up a video then, because apparently there's nothing I can really, there's no other way to explain this. Oh? Is that how you say it? Oh? 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 Sounds like a, I don't know. That's the only other way. Oh? 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 I'll deal with that water later. I can deal with that water as well later. That I could just... That's also not that big a video. This is also not that big a video. Oh? Um, also not that big of a deal. Okay, I'm just gonna go start draining. Ooh, ooh, can you do it? Ooh. I can't think of any other way to do it because he said. Ooh. Ooh. It's already sponge time. Crazy as it sounds. Honestly, I think there was actually almost less water in this one than there was in the other section, which is insane to think about. And that was like a third of the section. Oh. Like road. Oh. Oh. That's the only way I can think about it. There's only one way I can say that. Oh. Is there? Oh. 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 Is it oh? Oh. Wait, what kind of sound did you say to make? E or was it a? Uh, 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 uh. Okay, yeah, it is E. So it's like uh, uh. Trying to say E, it's kind of hard though. It's like eh, God, uh. Uh, yeah, I think it's like that. I don't know. Something like that at least, hopefully. Because I'm trying to do E, O, O. Is it or E? Because it's one of those two. There's two ways to do an E sound, at least. Okay, I think it's sponge time already. Alright, give me a second. May need to change the title as well. Okay, I'm back. Oh, what? So it'd be word, word. Wait, what? Word, r, r, oh God. Ew, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna go. I don't know. Is it like ew, oh, oh, ooh, oh? That's all I can think of is oh, because it's E with the O O-shaped mouse. It's like, oh, oh. That's all I can think of. Wait, sponge time. Already. It's kind of insane actually thinking about it. I literally placed beacons, or I moved beacons, and placed sand in 9 hours. Roughly. Oh? Oh? That's all I can think of is oh. 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 Sounds like I have something stuck on my tongue. Ooh, I have a perfect area for that. I'm gonna go test if that's actually a desert biome because, you know, we've had times where they're not actually desert biomes. Oh, but I mean, they're so precise, the pronunciations for them. I don't entirely blame you for having trouble pronouncing them. They're very precise pronunciations. Yep, that is a... Nope, it's not actually a beach biome. I thought it was beach, but nope. It's actually... Oh. Kinda, yes. I have my tongue to my teeth. Oh. Ew. Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go place all these and I'll be good. I think it's been 8 hours, hasn't it? I'm not sure. 8, 9 hours maybe even? Since I've started streaming. These are gonna take a while. Wait. Ew. Oh. I'm using my tongue or throat. Oh. I think I'm just keeping my tongue at the back though, or at the bottom. Uh. Ooh. Uh. I don't think I'm using my tongue. Oh. 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 How often do people, even people who speak fluently, how often do they mispronounce words and pronunciations like this? Because this is so precise that I don't know how you could possibly get this 100% of the time. I mean, sure, yeah, you could say just practice, but still, at the same time, that's so precise, especially if you're pronouncing it fluently. Oh. And it's a oh. It's the best I can do, really, is oh. My tongue is completely at the bottom. Making an E sound with the O-shaped mouth. Or an S sound with an O. Oh, that must make it so much simpler. Maybe I should just start learning more about Minecraft blocks again. Absorb more Minecraft block facts like I did with moss blocks. Actually, I don't remember much of the dirt block, I'm not gonna lie. The dirt and the sand one we did. I may have to go back and do that one again. Maybe do sponge. I don't know. I think it'd be interesting if there's any facts that I don't know about sponges. Because sponges are one of those weird blocks that most people don't know much about. Like that they dry in the overworld. Because, I mean, people don't know that warm biomes can dry sponges. Like, how many people were surprised when I just kept placing sponges in the overworld and were confused at why I was doing it that way and didn't realize the fact that you can dry them in the overworld. But yeah. I don't know. Okay, that's one done. I have like I think like 14 more of these, and then I have the easier sector. After around 14 of these, it should get so easy, it's not even funny. Oh, I forgot about this side, never mind. It's kind of funny how people say it's like the hardest language to learn or something like that. I think they misconcept at least by your own experience, what I've noticed is that maybe it's hard to like master English. Maybe that's what they're thinking of. But let's be fair, it's almost hard to master any language, but you would think it would be at least. It's like mastering, I don't know, it's hard to say. To be fair, most people don't go into mastery of a language, let's be honest here. How many people really master a language unless you're literally like it, unless you teach it? Even if you teach it, you may not even be a master of it. You can gain mastery over teaching or with teaching it. You may not 100% actually gain mastery with just learning. I mean, sure, yeah, some people learn more from teaching than others. It's from cognitively speaking, people do gain more benefit from teaching other people than just learning the skill. Well, there are a lot of insects. Yeah, some water and save. Oh Jesus, sounds pretty painful. There we go. Stretch. Kind of thinking the same thing. I'm not gonna lie. Does seem a bit weird to make the floor and the table the same material. Probably gonna go for another hour and then I'll be good. Dang, I could honestly finish all this water by tomorrow, probably. Or possibly finish it at least. Sort of depends on what time I wake up though. I did wake up pretty late though. It'll be alright though, because I have tomorrow and then Sunday Sunday I have work for sure, and then Monday is Monday is only half day, or it is technically a full day, but it feels like half day honestly. And then I have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Do you know how big, Rafi, do you know how big those maps are on Bedrock? You know, the new maps that aren't that good because they don't cover almost any progress at all or any part of the world whatsoever. How big are those maps? I'm not too sure if you'll know on the top of your head, but we're off the top of your head. What did I say? Did I say on top of your head? I don't remember. If I did say that, I said top of your head. Alright, I guess I'll see you, Rafi. Use. I'm gonna look up what the maps are while drinking water. Let's see. What's up, bot boy? I didn't even notice you were there. But, let's see. Zero. That makes sense. What is a small world? So level 3 is basically a small world. Map size. What does a map 4 look like? Actually, I think I know what that looks like. Can I even get a map 4 on this? A level 4 on this version? I get the name Mythical literally just from combining mining with mythical. Or mythical miner, I guess you could say. Mythic with mining. Or mythical with mining. Literally all I got it from. You a bot boy. Yam. Splam. Okay. Oh yeah. Sponge time is I tried to say that without an accent, but it came out with an accent. Sponge time is actually here, yeah. Because I already did everything else insanely enough. I somehow managed to place all the beacons, place all the sand, and start sponging in one stream on a normal section, normal size section. I mean, I may even be able to finish sponge time tomorrow, which is insane to think about, not gonna lie. Sunday I'm not going to be able to do anything though, unfortunately, because I'm going to be working, starting work at 11 and going all day. So Sunday's the only day I'm not doing anything, or that Sunday's the only day I think I'm not streaming. Oh, I mean there is also one other day between Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday that I may not be doing something, or I may actually be doing something, but that may not happen every single week. I don't know. SAT test? Because that test is meh. The ACT and SAT tests are horrible, personally. I don't even know how I did okay on those. I think I guessed on like half of them and somehow still got it right. I never understood that test whatsoever. Okay. That just happened. Oh. Yeah. I improved the logo just a bit. I can actually improve it even further. Look at the banner. I'm gonna take that pickaxe from the banner and put it on and put it onto the logo. Cause honestly, I love how I did the banner pickaxe. I'm gonna change that pickaxe and turn it and move the banner pickaxe onto the logo. Thank God for blending options. I figured that out last minute. I was actually gonna just do just the normal standard diamond pickaxe until I figured out what blending options are on Photoshop. And you could do like weird gradients, and you could do weird indentions and make textures and stuff like that onto your photos. You can like chisel your image and stuff like that. It's weird. Yeah, I mean, wait till I fix that. That's gonna be pretty nice. Unfortunately, when I fix that, I have to fix every single logo I have, because I have that logo on the PlayStation, I have it on my Google account, I have it on... I have to replace all of them again. It looks so nice, so I'm definitely gonna change that. I mean, even the picture, it may not look like it, but that thing's actually kind of almost 3D-like. It doesn't, the problem with the Mentical logo, actually, not the banner, but the actual logo, is that, what's up, Sleep Demon? Is that the pickaxe is actually also, expect something like that. You could probably already see where I'm going with the, what thumbnails are going to turn into eventually. Just gonna point that out real fast. Thumbnails are going to look probably pretty insane after a certain point. Imagine if I combine that with, that like, the textures and stuff like that into the thumbnails. Oh Jesus, it's gonna be a bit crazy, let me just tell you that much. The thing about the logo is it looks okay. The thing is it's a similar thing as the banner with the 3D effect. The fact that it doesn't look 3D though, because there's not much shading going on. You can't really see the shading, which is a problem. It's kind of hard to see. That's the only problem with it. It is 3D like though. It just isn't. You can't see it, which is the biggest problem. Actually, I made the banner so good, the background lighting. I actually replaced the background lighting on the Mentical logo and put the banner on it. That's how good I made the lighting. It was like, how did I pull off the banner so well compared to the logo? I've spent way more time on the logo than I did the banner, but the banner turned out way better than the logo in general. Also, how do you like the phrase, the new slogan? Somebody gave me that idea, or at least it kind of gave me an idea. Somebody sort of gave me the idea. Really can't wait to make new thumbnails, or I can't wait to see what I can do with thumbnails with the new Photoshop skills that I've gained slowly over time. I'm very slowly gaining them. Very slowly. Also, I think after this layer thing, I'm gonna end the stream. This column. Okay. I'm gonna end the stream now if anybody's here. Maybe able to finish all the water by tomorrow. Actually, a pretty good chance of it. So, I'm going to end it now. I'll be good for today.